Hello.
Hello, everybody. We had
Should
some
be
technical difficulties.
should be
Sorry if
good
I'm
now.
interrupting.
I was we've been gone for a while. I was gonna go live 10 minutes early to let people come in, and then it wasn't working. So it's a good thing I tried to start early
Yeah.
and discovered that. And actually, no, I'm gonna do this again.
Major Pecan just resubscribed for 14 months.
Thank you for the resubscription, Major Pecan.
Thank you for the 14 months, Major Pecan.
It's amazing. It seems like 14 months have gone by pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's over a year. Dang.
Okay.
Did it load up?
There it goes.
Okay, it loaded up good now.
It loaded up correctly this time. And also, I'll do this one more time just because. There.
Major Pecan just resubscribed for 14 months.
Thank you for the
Awesome.
resub, Major Pecan.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just have to make sure to run the native instruments
Thank you.
thing.
Kaboom.
Native access. I just have to remember to run that when I oh wait, did I just close it?
When you restart your computer.
Mm-hmm. Where is it?
Everything seems to be. Are you looking for contact?
Mm-hmm. And where is it?
I'm looking. There's so many. Morphine, Genesis delay. Yeah?
There it is.
Oh, there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still there.
Wow.
Kind of cool noises.
All right, let's listen. Let's listen to the song so far.
Pineapple Sandwiches is back. How you doing?
Hey, Pineapple. Welcome back. What'd you
All right,
just do?
let's go back and remember what we were doing.
Yes. I think Kenny added a part.
We're working on a piano piece lately, and I'd be more than happy to show you. We would be more than happy to listen.
Pineapple_sandwiches has redeemed track feedback.
interesting so far. Do, 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 do.
It will kill.
But it gives it, there's still variety and expressiveness to it, so I like it. Even if it's just one idea so far.
Mm-hmm. Hope there's something as well with pianos. Yeah, I think that. I mean, a little bit.
I took piano lessons when I was younger.
I know
but,
more about what the different pedals do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember
Like,
just messing around with them. I knew what sustain did, but then like the other ones, I was like, what does this even do? It doesn't seem like it's doing anything. But I think I just wasn't playing it the right way to make it make a difference.
We changed the instrument, I think, from flute number 3. We changed it to, like, I don't know what it was before.
Good morning, or is
Good
it
morning,
evening?
or is it evening? It's evening for us. It's
For us, it is evening. Yeah, it's
about 9
night.
o'clock at night. Yeah. I guess you can consider that evening. It's evening until what is evening? I think evening is like before the sun sets.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the sun sets, it's night. Portly slump. I don't even hear it right now. Oh, it's because of the master volume.
Oh, the master cutoff. That's right.
Yeah. I don't remember what it was before. Maybe we could like watch
Is there
the
new
clip
flex
from
spikes?
before. I don't think there's. I don't know. Maybe we can check. Oh,
yeah,
free.
free.
There is one. Drumful Treasure. Cool. Let's download it.
2,400 crafted electronic electroacoustic drum sounds. Nice.
Sweet.
I'll take that.
All right.
Please.
And also the store. There's still
two
the
more
2.
in the store. Oh, these 2. The more expensive
we haven't.
ones. You haven't got those
We
yet.
haven't. Not yet. Are we still getting them like for the bit goal or whatever?
Sure. Drumful Treasure. A set of dark kicks. A bunch of them are different. Like, I'm just going down the keyboard, and it's... That's only one.
Then there's the blazing algo kicks.
It's just so many.
Yeah.
Yo, kicks.
Maybe we should like skip some. Go to real percussions. I don't think we can go through them all. That would take a while.
What a what?
Real percussions,
Oh.
or yeah. Interesting.
I always lower the cutoff first and up the pre. Which one's the pre? Oh, this one? Oh, the pre on the limiter. That's a little bit louder. So is it like 100 drums per instrument? I don't know exactly how many. If you go, maybe...
Oh, yeah,
It
there's-
labels them all. So
Looks like about 100. At least 100. 120 on this one.
120. Sounds crazy.
Sounds like breaking glass.
120 of the real percussions, but if you go like to a different one, like these kicks, raw. Yeah, 120 kicks.
120.
Did you guys know Bandcamp now has a sub option? I never did. I have never used Bandcamp, so I did not know that either. That's pretty cool. The Hi-Hat Lab. Snares.
Wrinkly clap spawner. A wrinkly clap. That doesn't sound wrinkly. I would think a wrinkle would be like.
Tuneful toms. A bunch of toms.
Mhm.
Quiet.
Doing really epic like drum fill which utilizes every single tom. Oh yeah, Portly Slump. I was like, what are you doing? Are you going to copy and paste?
Wait, why does it say symbol?
You changed it. Are you trying to do Tuneful
this one?
Toms? There. Ooh.
Hmm?
What are you doing?
What you say?
You're just messing around? Oh, the Epic Tom fill? I think it's a little too random. Just copy and paste a Portly Slump into the Tuneful Toms.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that all muted. We both realized that at the same time. Maybe instead of the Tuneful Toms, maybe try like a different one. Like one of the percussions, maybe? Might be interesting.
You guys can make such good glitch ambient track with those rhythm sets.
Yeah.
Oh, like with these things? Kinda like that one. That one's cool too.
It's a little too much. I mean, we could always try different drum sets, but this is just an experiment. We don't even have to use this as the final thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to suggest, like, I don't know, Portly Slump or something. I don't know if that's the same instrument that we used. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. It's just I was thinking, like, maybe experimenting with different instruments.
Mm-hmm.
You can always go back to Portly Slump.
just messing around with the new flex, but that's kind of cool. It's good to know it's there.
Deleted all of it. No, I'm kidding. You didn't.
Let's see. Do you have any ideas?
All right, hold on. Let me listen to this. I feel like after that drum fill should be like a
Where banana?
kind of.
How you doing, Techo? Your timeshare on our Minecraft server is still there, waiting for visitors.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay.
I finally fixed the server issue. It's been running non-stop for like the last 2-3 weeks, and no issues, which is good. Going on the server lately? Nothing.
Yeah, I haven't really done much.
A dolphin died somehow while nobody was on. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, What? Oh. Oh, okay, I get it now. Because it's showing the sand part. Anyway, I might change that.
Must have been the work of Stream Elements.
Ambient textures, maybe something. So annoying. Sorry about that. I don't even hear anything.
Your notes are so long.
Oh, there it goes.
It needs to wait to the beginning of the next note.
I could just select. Oops, what are you doing? Are you doing stuff?
I'm just getting it back for the thing you want.
Oh.
That last one Jim was on, I think Major Pecan liked this one. We can, if there's parts that are weird, we can go to the sequence and like fix them.
I don't know about that one because it's like.
Well, the tempo would line up. The only thing is, the notes may be weird.
That's why I'm like making them all.
He just wants to make them a single note. Can't make them all sustain. If you make it sustain with no note playing, it's just gonna play nothing.
I'm just like trying to like do my own rhythm thing. There.
Make it make it minus 24. That would sound cool.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Why is it going out of beat? It's weird. trying to go down. Yeah. It's like tricky to maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
See what that sounds like.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, I can
Yes.
hear you. Welcome back.
So I was just wondering what dictators Jimmy has sworn allegiance to since last time. Okay.
Since what?
Since last time I was on the stream, what dictators have you sworn allegiance to and danced to their tunes?
Not any that I know of, and consider
Me.
Drake a dictator.
You danced to
Sir
Drake.
Francis Drake.
you danced to Sir Francis Drake, a Sir Francis Drake tune.
Yeah, he made a trap song way back in the day about conquering something. I don't know.
PLM
I don't know
yogis.
what he did.
What is the significance of Sir Francis Drake?
I think he was like a. Let me look him up. I was like,
You're nothing without Google. You need Google to,
well, I read about him before. I just need to jog my memory.
but you forgot.
Oh, he's best known for circumnavigation of the world in a single expedition.
Yeah, unlike Magellan, who didn't even make it himself. Like his corpse circumnavigated the globe, and some other guy actually did that was on his journey, but he doesn't get any credit because he was just a lowly peon, and Magellan gets all the credit.
It's kind of like how Shrivelskin will be remembered, and Mike will get all the credit, and I will be the lowly peon.
Oh, if anything, Mike is the lowly peon because you're the
You get all the credit.
No, it's because
you collabed in 2 songs.
it's because you're slick.
Oh yeah.
You do a lot of the vocals, like "Strawberry Popsicle Ice Cream Jelly Donut Time" or whatever that is song
Strawberry
is.
ice cream popsicle
Yeah.
time.
Mhm.
If anything's going down in history, it's the lyrics.
The slickness.
It's like Bob Dylan.
The slickness will
I
go
also
down in
I have a
legend.
scene called Big Jimmy, which just makes Jimmy full screen. I don't have a Big Mike scene.
You should
Yep.
have a big mic.
Jimmy's like a human meme, even of 4 people.
Yes,
We have
I am a
we have
meme.
a DJ Slick. He's
Hey,
there.
it's PLM Yovins.
when we do the news. Jimmy's the host, and I'm just on the little TV.
You make me the center focus in a lot of scenes.
Mm-hmm.
This large Jimmy will destroy us all.
Or perhaps like they will get confused and think that I am Mike and you are Jimmy.
Maybe.
Anyway, I added like a little textural thingy.
That's why you'll be
Oh,
remembered
that's right.
forever.
I forgot. You need to connect to me, so you can actually.
Yeah, I
things.
can do that. I'm actually just logging into Twitch right now. I'm currently watching an ad
Okay.
for something, and then it's going to be into Twitch, and then I'm going to go onto Parsec. Have you done anything else for the song since last time I was on?
I added a little tiny
Yeah,
textural piece, and we looked at a bunch of new flex drums.
Dang, that is so cool. There's so many Jimmies.
The gym section.
No, that's the normal
effect.
amount of jimmies.
Okay, let me go to Parsec now.
Oh, Mikeception was
Mikeception is on too. It just came on right now, and we just did a barrel roll.
Mhm.
A kick flip. I'm just waiting
on.
for the connection from Pitiful Little Man.
there. Just a bunch of me is taking off my jacket. And now it's like I'm transparent because my shirt is green.
Mm-hmm. There it is. All right. So this is the thing we just added. Go here. Wait, was this the one?
Oh, this is the sampler. I was just doing the talk to Biohazard.
Yeah, but they're in the same pattern. So
Yeah.
anyway, this little sound is what we added. So it goes like.
It's a little subtle.
I like it.
That little climb right there sounds a little.
Yeah, I remember I didn't even listen to it. That was just my first go through before I didn't really fine tune that or anything. I just kind of made a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not married to that pattern in any way, shape, or form. I just really wanted to use Ace of Space. I like Ace of Space as a instrument.
Mm-hmm.
I think those all sound fine.
Hold on. Can I try something? Oh, sorry. I want to like do a weird. Nah, I don't know about that.
It has a weirdness to it.
I've got an idea. I want to try a thing.
And that strangely sounds a little bit better, but I mean, we could just erase like the last few.
Hold. Or just to sustain the D, like so it goes like that.
Yeah, subtle. I
Okay.
like it. That's okay.
Do a riff machine.
I want to make it tiny. Might be too much. It's probably way too much though.
It's almost like if you did the bend kind
Yeah,
of
it's
thing.
almost if I just did like.
I kind of like that though. If you did the bend.
Yeah.
I kind of like the bend. Oh yeah, so
I think it's fine.
all right. Also, I feel like those notes are like a little too even, like dun 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 dun. Wait, I need to change the magnet thingy.
You can't handle that many options.
Yeah. You can't handle the
Sound right. There's no note in between.
you want to go microtonal. Do, 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 do. Yeah, maybe do a curve. Oh yeah.
Doesn't really do it.
Ah. Hold on.
I don't know. Is this that instrument that does the little Well, I think. Let me try something over here. Yeah, it does. So if you do like make one of these like full velocity, it does like a little slide automatically. You hear that on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But only if it's all the way at the top. Or I guess near the top.
It needs more PLM arts now.
So now it starts with one. That one sounds kind of out of place, but
About that one, the short ones, it sounds like it cuts off before it leads to doodle. I'm gonna go get and eat a single eat. That's what I want to get. It has an interesting, like, almost foreign kind of sound.
Yeah, it wasn't really the intention, but it does indeed
I
sound
think
like that now.
I think it's like the minor melodic chord
mm-hmm.
kind of has a. Or maybe we're just inspired by Eastern European dictators.
I don't want to use that little slide thing too much, but I think it sounds cool in some places.
I think it's kind of weird when it's the same note twice. Like G and then G again.
So once we use
maybe,
G,
like,
we should never use G ever again.
No, I mean, just not have it like so close together.
Mm.
And he did it again right there. About that short one right there.
It sounded weird by itself, but maybe in context it'll sound better. I don't really even notice it. Oh yeah. Does sound fine. Maybe
I think it's good the lower one.
How you doing, 6Zoo?
6Zoo.
Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom and digest.
I don't like that. I need to plug in my headphones because hello, I am not what I am. Or shall I say, you are not what you are, because you are not what you are.
Yeah, we also finally got approved for follower or follow emotes. So the normal the Mike and the Jimmy emote, just the plain Mike and Jimmy one, are what's it called? Are the follower emotes. So
I just see shrivels.
anybody who's following, how are you doing, Nolan?
Hey, Nolan.
So anybody,
Nolan
the way that the
1510.
follow emotes work is anybody who follows the channel can use those emotes without having to subscribe or do anything. But they can only use them in this channel. So you can't use those anywhere on Twitch. But the subscriber emotes, so like the old Mike, old Jim, stop, drop, and roll, all those ones can be used anywhere.
That's right. Oh,
You were
Oops.
saying some ancient sounds. So there is a new. It's free to the end of the year. So if you want it, you can get it. But I'm gonna add a new one. So you can download the Contact Player for free, and then they have this this one called 25. And it's basically Native Instruments like plugins from 1996 to 2021. Like all of their curated sounds, and you can like blend them together. So I remember 1991 is like a massive plugin or massive preset. Then you can like so you can like combine them in different ways. So you can choose like layer A, layer B, turn it off. So if you want just this one. Yeah, you have all these controls, the attack, delay, all that stuff. Shrivel Mote. Yep, Shriv 1 Mike and Shriv 1 Jimmy. We have 3 more slots for those, so let us know what would be good follow emotes. Bungie Cat emote. That'd be interesting. I don't know which. Do we actually have like an official Bungie Cat? I don't know which one it is.
It could be that one cat that is in
This one?
It will kill.
Yeah. I don't. Do you have that original picture somewhere?
Yeah, I have it. I have it on my computer. Also, I have the GIF if you want. Oh wait, the picture, because we can't do animated emotes yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how long PLM has, so if you wanted to do something, PLM, if you had any ideas.
Yeah, I wanted to listen to what we had so far. I mean, couldn't that be just the end of the song?
I don't
We're
want
done.
to be that short.
We're done. End of the song. Just, I mean, what is there more to do? It's 2 minutes and 27 seconds long. What does it sound like before that? Like, right here.
How you doing, Kilmaki? Welcome back.
Prokilmaki has redeemed track feedback.
Oh yeah, the weird drums. Ambient drums.
Yeah, the kind of weird section.
Maybe you can add one of your signature PLM things that go do 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 do.
Yeah, I could. Or arpeggio.
Arpeggio, yes.
This is Droney. It is kind of, yeah.
One of our more droney songs.
Let's make this like 30 minutes, this song.
You can make it like 4 minutes. It's long for a Shrivelskins song. Just trying to make my comment less than 500 characters.
Where's the choir when you do it? That's a good idea. We should add choir to it as well.
Oh, for sure there should be choir. Maybe like a man like doing a spoken word thing in the background faintly too.
Mm-hmm.
It could be me, like liquid lizards eating the insides of my stomach.
You know what? If you spontaneously combust, you'll solve the mystery of why people spontaneously combust.
Because of fire pretzels?
Well, if you eat things that are on fire, you might, in fact, create internal combustion at some point.
Well, I'm a case study.
Exactly. We'll see if you can do it. If you can make yourself internally combust on a Twitch stream.
Well, if I do it on live on stream, that would be kind of interesting. The scientists will love that stream.
Damn, that pretzel is just black. You're charring the pretzel into coal.
Yeah,
You're gonna set
I'm
off
basically
your
eating
smoke
burnt
detector.
pretzels.
Okay, Jimmy, I got a challenge for you.
What?
Light your face on fire
Okay.
and eat it.
And I'm not going to do that.
I was trying to make a Gecko Man story. So this is kind of neat. It's like that AI dungeon, but you can like you can just add in whatever you want. Like
Okay.
So you type in something, you hit Control Enter, and it'll continue the story.
There's
Or
a
you just-
creature who is half man, half gecko. It lives in the jungle. It has no eyes or ears. I am its friend.
I'm stumped as to what to do next.
What's your name? Asked Kamikaze. I don't have one, said Gedonkin. He has a name. It's Gedonkin. He died
Yeah,
of
how
boredom
can
when
the
he heard that answer.
How can the author state that the person is named something and the only dialogue that person has is, I don't have a name?
Mm-hmm.
But the author clearly names the person. It's a mind screwing with the mind of the reader. That is not. This
Maybe
not
he's lying.
this is
Yeah,
why
he's-
like
He's telling Kamikaze that he doesn't have a name, but he's lying.
people are like, AI is going to take over the world. AI can't even write like 2 sentences without contradicting itself.
Mhm.
Like, how are they going to like do complex stuff like make, I don't know, semiconductors or something? They'll probably make them like out of styrofoam and like crawdads or something. They don't know what they're doing.
And then styrofoam and crawdads become the like ideal semiconductor. And it's like, wow. Oh,
Well, in Major Bacon's saying, it would be funny to make ice pretzels with an upside down compressed air can, but I don't think that would be healthy. Well, when did Jimmy care about health? Jimmy is a risk taker. He catches things on fire and eats them.
Styrofoam and crawdads are not words you can use as names. They are just sounds with nothing behind them except air and noise. The girl is a complete idiot.
A real dumbass.
Even
I
if
put
Sphinx could make friends
styrofoam
with
and
someone like
crawdads
this,
as
what
a
would they
song
talk about?
title suggestion.
Story is just so terrible.
I mean,
Well,
this is-
just say something about the liquid lizard.
I haven't read anything about like I haven't read anything this like totally nonsense since I tried to read James Joyce's Ulysses.
Mm.
That was like an AI book.
He has an even less like understandable thing. It's like the I forget the name of it.
Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah, Finnegan's Wake.
An even less understandable thing than Ulysses. Well, that's great.
Yes.
styrofoam and crawdads.
And it's like really long too.
Let's talk about let's ask this this stupid AI about liquid lizards and see if they can make a story that's good. And if they make a good story, then I'll stand corrected and I'll let them produce semiconductors.
You do need to like start it with something. Like,
Say there are liquid lizards that live on, I don't know, where do they live, Jimmy?
They live in liquid.
There are liquid lizards that live in liquid. That's so creative and amazing.
Okay, river run past even Adams from swerve of shore to bend of bay brings us by a commodious vicus of recirculation back to Howth Castle and environs. Sir Tristram Violer d'Amour from over the short sea has Passenger re-arrived from North America on the side of the scraggy isthmus of Europe Minor to wielder fight his peninsulate war nor had top Sawyer's Rock.
Please stop reading Finnegan's Wake.
And
I
then
mean,
there's
I
one
think, I
thing.
think this is
Ba 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 dal ga Morocco Brontera Ronk. What the heck?
Anyway, I'll read the there are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused, who? I don't know, for a breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you can lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom rather than any real interest. You know what? We should have a contest. Finnegan's Wake or AI?
Like, which one makes more sense, or which one?
Just, can you guess, having read neither, what is AI and what is
which,
James Joyce?
Try and determine which is which.
I mean,
you know what it's like? Finnegan's Wake is like the story turned up on random all the way.
Yeah, I bet if you did that, if you set the randomness to full and repetition penalty very high.
Wait, can you go up and go to author style and choose James Joyce?
Yeah, what would James Joyce say about liquid lizards?
Is it even? I don't think it's there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of themes and stuff, but
Wolf Girl romance.
Theme. What is James? I mean, like theme, like the inside the mind of a random person. That's what James Joyce always wrote about.
Yep, that's James Joyce, all right. What clashes here of wills Jen wants? Austri gods, gag and fishing gods, brekek, kekek, cokes, ualu, kuawa. Where the Badalaries partisans are still out to Mathmaster Malachus, Micranes, and the Verdons catapulting camel ballistics out of the white voice of the hoodie head.
So compare that James Joyce verse to wait, were you reading James Joyce or were you reading
I was reading James Joyce.
Okay, now here is
right here.
So
Iscarion War often versions pre-scattered cast safe saying Arahuana. Bad Hoffman Dialis Her Balumed Prekna disciplined Roman adolescent quest Socrates routed Trito Alexander Julian answered briefly Carl exact 3 became Disp Nichono Boulder Trespass cohorts limp Sky at Haven Palmer Ped Calm Kurt Immune Lady Avalanche Score Mon the Jir Gumsy Chi Ski Tongue Soft Dip Pomade Raciers Employee Buck through Bach Over Prevention Journal Pediatric Timid Goldman Tent Disaster Iris Ascend Milwaukee Taco Polite Charitable Seizures Gil 5 Cookie Trucks Pirelli Supernatural Keter Ravi Mob No Proven Cloudy Episodes Pre-Kitters Trapped Shifting Knee Pick Nichols Factual Specialist Ranch Insightful Arthur Intrigue Quad Gate Plots Micro Weller.
Okay, besides the mention of tacos, which I don't think James Joyce would have done, that is literally indistinguishable from James Joyce.
Who do you think is the biggest dickhead in the world? Don't even think about it, just say it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. You!
What? Did we just become best
How you doing, Majoris?
I could take like a random part.
I do like Milwaukee Taco. That's kind of a funny.
Milwaukee Taco. That could be
a song title. And cookie trucks, the Gil 5 cookie trucks. That's funny.
Fraley Supernatural. Cloudy Episodes Pre-Kitters Trap. Shifting Knee Pick Nichols.
There's so many just weird things going on. I wonder what it would do if you did something like... There's so many options on this one, it's crazy. I don't even know what half of them do. Set the randomness to here, and then, like, no repetition penalty. You're gonna get something like... You are a cat.
You know-
and use your hind.
Finnegan's Wake has no plot summary on Wikipedia because there is no plot.
I was thinking, what if somebody tried to make a movie out of Finnegan's Wake?
There's 100 letter, multiple 100 letter made up words in Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah. I saw one.
But they're not
The
very
full
bright.
text.
They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked the boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things. He just said they don't know how to grab onto things. Anyway, it's like glue, only it's sticky. Is glue not sticky? The lizard asked the girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man.
Here's one of the words, the 100 or probably 100 letters. Here's one of the words in Finnegan's Wake. Ba doll. That'd be deuce.
This is funny.
Somebody should do a
It's got a
text to
long
speech
tail
of that.
and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and body and legs. That's where the repetition bonus or repetition penalty is set to 0. What's a head? Asked the
Oh,
boy.
it's not going to do
It's
it
a sort
because
of
it's
thing that's got
over
eyes
50
and a mouth and
letters, I
nose.
think.
Said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. He's gonna keep talking about the head and the body and legs. Body, asked the girl. It's a sort of thing. It's gonna.
Those could be lyrics like, it's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and a long tail. It's got a long tail and its head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's got a sort of thing that got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head, a body, and legs. What's a body? Asked the girl. It's a sort of thing that got a head and a body and legs. It's got a long tail. It's got a head and a body and legs. What's a legs? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing. It's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a tail. It's got a head. It's got a body and legs.
Major Pecan cheered 1 bits. You are a cat. You walk on your hind legs and use your front paws to type at a computer keyboard.
Oh jeez, with the repetition penalty
Major
set
Pecan
to
cheered 1 bits.
0.
You are a cat. You walk on your hind legs and use your front paws to type at a computer keyboard.
That was hilarious. What's a leg? What's he gonna ask next? What's a
I don't
tail?
know.
It's probably gonna be what's a
Probably,
tail?
What's a tail? And
Go-
it's a sort of thing.
It's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a
we could
long
make
tail and a head
we
and a
could make a
body and
song out of
legs.
this called like A Head and a Body and Legs could be the name of the song.
Yeah.
Yep, what's a tail? You're
Oh.
right. You predicted what the AI predicted, or what?
Now, what's the head? And it goes back to what's a head? Sort of thing that goes in the body and the legs. And it repeats. What's a tail? Asked the girl. It's a sort of thing that got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail. It's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that got body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it got a head and a body and legs.
I mean that works. It's talking about the liquid lizard. It's got a long tail. It's got a head and a body and legs. What's a tail? It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail. It's got a head with a body and legs. The AI is terrible. Our kids are really stupid. Oh, jeez, this is funny.
And also, the man is also kind of like, I mean, there's better ways to describe what a tail and a leg and a body and
Well,
a head is.
Tails don't have Heads and legs.
It's a sort of thing that's got head and legs.
He's saying that the tail has heads and legs.
Also, the head also has a body and legs. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs.
A leg has a head and legs. A body has a head. That one makes sense. The body has a head and legs. We could modify it. So you said, what's a body? It's a sort of thing that has a head and legs. What's a leg? It's a sort of thing that has a body and legs. Or a body or a head and body or something. What's a tail? I don't know. It's
It's the sort of thing that's got a body and legs and a head.
Set the randomness and a repetition penalty back, and then see, like, after it does all this, then what happens. And finally, there's an old woman who lives by herself deep within her own house. She has lived alone for many years now. She can hear everyone in town gossiping and whispering behind closed doors whenever they think no one else will be able to overhear them. Where did that come from?
I mean, she's listening in on this whole rant about a head and a body and legs. And she lives alone.
So went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. There had never really been an answer anyway, except perhaps one which no child could ever ask. Even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand what everything came together into something called everything. And because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else except the ability to repeat, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question.
So they just say, I am, you are, I. I am, you are, I am, you are. I am not what I am.
We could have it,
But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground and they fall off. What's a web, Asimor? It's sort of sticky stuff that you use to grab onto things, said the man. It's glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard, Asimor? It's sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body. It's got a long tail. It's got a long tail. It's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? It's a sort of thing. It's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail. And it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? Asked the girl. It's a sort of thing. It's got a head and a body and legs.
I don't know, we could try and, like, maybe set up a... I don't know how that would fit in this song, though.
No, probably not this song.
But it makes sense to be like liquid lizard, and you're talking about what's a lizard? It's some kind of animal with a head and a body and legs. I don't know. It's started this whole thing like saying like there are liquid lizards that live in, and then it came up with all of this.
Maybe just have like a droning electronic voice just reading that just in the background throughout the whole entire song. AI. No, 15.ai. That's too long for 15.ai.
Yeah, it's way too long for that.
Doesn't FL Studio have a voice generator thing?
Yeah, but it also doesn't do that long.
You do multiple ones strung together. Oh yeah, it's a wall. I am the walrus. Jimmy is just ahead today. I'm always just ahead. I have to wear a shirt to cover up my invisibility. I'm just not wearing a shirt right now.
I'm trying to find a. I know it. Not loading very well.
Listen. Maybe you have to accept the cookies. Maybe it takes a
it says
while to
it's
load.
loading. I mean, it is kind of a long thing. Let's use Microsoft Sam and Speakonia. Is that a website?
Oh, and there's background music in the voice demo. It's not included with the purchased product.
Hmm?
It's for evaluation purposes only. Commercial use is strictly forbidden. No static audio files may be produced.
Where does it say all that? Oh, this right here.
Or the
Oh.
background music in the voice demo is not included. So there's going to be background music in it. Probably to protect the
Yeah. A lot of voice. Taking a long time to load. But if it's gonna have music in it, it's not really gonna work.
Yeah. It's just a demo.
Is there anything better than this for like speaking stuff? Like
I could read it. You can record my voice. Or Mike could read it. Or you could read it.
I could read it.
Unreachable.
What about 15. Oh no.
Huh.
No, not again.
But it's just like, oh wait. Is it just my internet being weird again?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't noticed anything. Oh, version V24 update in progress. I tried to go on my phone.
Even this isn't doing it. Like, a lot of stuff's not working.
Well, Jimmy was canceled off of Twitter.
Oh.
I was?
Well, you don't know.
Maybe Kenny knows before I did because I'd never used Twitter.
You were canceled off of the YouTube comments. You were canceled so hard. You were canceled off Speakonia.
I have made a joke on YouTube before that really pissed off a lot of people, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll delete my comment.
So you got canceled on a YouTube comment.
Really.
Well, you pissed off a lot of people. How does one do that? Because I've been on YouTube videos, and like literally every other comment is just like aggravating. And yet
I don't know why
somehow,
my comment was particularly more aggravating than anyone else's.
And you were like, fine, I'll delete it. And you did. See, that means you probably wouldn't get canceled because you actually respond to like the feedback where people will say like, that's offensive.
I think I said something. I said like, I didn't intend for this to piss so many people off. I was just making a joke, and I just disabled the comments or something, the replies. It's pretty easy to cause rage. I've caused
what
rage
was your
simply by.
comment?
I was just making a point, like I was saying that, like the riots would result if this was like somebody else said this or something like that. And like, no, it wouldn't. You're just lying.
Wait, did a riot result in the thing that you said?
No.
A comment riot?
Well, it wasn't a literal riot.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man.
Keep saying dot.
It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body, and legs. What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth.
I don't like how he keeps saying dot.
It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body, and legs. What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing.
I think it's because it has like punctuation.
Yeah, you should take the punctuation out and make it more like Finnegan's Wake.
Oh yeah. No punctuation, no.
It's like Finnegan's Wake is like a pretentious, smart person version of like a Fox Masterson story.
Henry. Make the dialect Irish or something. British.
James.
Oh, there I am. This is how I sound.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. Quote, but they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around.
Just shoehorn this into the song we're making. Just shove it in there. Like just have this playing in the background.
Mm-hmm. It's just like to take out all the dots, apparently.
Yeah, I need to like...
What? You just deleted everything.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you're going to Notepad.
I want to go, find what... I want to replace all the quotes. Oops, replace all the quotes with nothing. Not doing it.
Maybe you need to do like a space, replace with, like, go down to replace with, and just do a space. And then go replace all.
That's not finding them.
Oh, that's because you just have that one section highlighted.
No, it's just that line was selected. Not highlighted.
Oh.
This is highlighted when it's gray.
Oh.
That's just what line I'm selected. With nothing. And then you have the in selection right here, which is unchecked anyway.
Hmm.
There we go.
There it goes.
They didn't do these ones. Different quote.
And there's another one right next to its. There. It's a web, Apple boy.
Dude. It should just like replace with nothing. Oh, it's only going forward.
They don't know how to
backward
use
direction.
their webs to grab onto things. What's a web? It's the sort of stuff they use to grab onto things. He just completely contradicts himself immediately.
Mm-hmm. Let's try putting.
It's just no,
Why is it-
no,
Why does it say no, no?
because he did a no.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up. If your hand was small enough, the children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued.
What?
Huh? Did he say dot?
B-U-T.
Oh, real interest period, but. It's doing the periods as dots.
Not all of them.
Some of them. See, they're in the real interest. I'll just take that one out, I guess.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up. If your hand was small enough, the children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued.
What's
They
better?
don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy.
What?
IT.
Dot, what's a web?
I need a space there.
It's so annoying.
Space.
I should just take away the dots. Make it simple.
Replace dot. Replace with the dot space. Replace all. There we go. Let's see if that fixed it.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
did we have a slot machine?
Yeah, we did
They have a
5
sort
for
of
Major
webbing between their
Majora's
fingers.
Night.
They grab onto
Alright, let me
things when they want to
do
move
that
about on
right
land.
now.
He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing was where he said small enough. ... the children.
I just want to see what it sounds like.
And they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they could pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab on.
I kind of like it.
I like it too. It sounds cool.
The only thing I want to do is this master cutoff. I don't want it to cut.
Maybe have it start later, like have it fade in, then the text starts when the beat hits. You know, just move it forward, just up one bar.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea.
No. On its own thing, so it'll be 11.
Also give it a little bit of reverb, maybe.
Yeah, we'll do some other.
And also, I think like it doesn't need to be normalized. It could be just like normal volume. It's just, or you could just
we'll turn
quiet
it down to. I'm normalizing it, and then we'll mix it in to the correct. And then I'm going to take this LP. There we go.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blank.
Just excessive reverb.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers.
Is a little bit much.
There are liquid lizards that
it has like a creepy kind of vibe.
Yeah.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab on things with those webs so they want to move about on land. He was breath. But not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he started talking like this, and
Gecko Man cultist
seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't. There are liquid lizards. There are liquid lizards that.
I kind of like that. There are liquid lizards. Just do like just the
There are
one
liquid
part.
lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how
This is
things.
too much echo.
They just sort of
Too much.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe try like that other reverb thing, like you choose the room. I don't know what it's called. It's like, oh, you can try this one.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land.
I think that's all right. That's just kind of a
There are
Yeah, just a subtle light liquid. There's liquid.
oh yeah,
Mid-liquid.
liquid, dark
Light
liquid,
liquid.
neutral.
Or Milk Hotel.
Dark liquid. Neutral liquid milk hotel. Yeah, I get it.
There are
Neutral
liquid
milk hotel.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was...
We could try if we add like
Oh yeah, that.
Liquid lizards under the sea.
crash. That might be too much, but you can also dial it back.
Oh no, it's taking long to load. It's
Can you-
crashing the program. Goodbye.
Can you
everybody.
dial an insult?
Dial an insult?
It was actually a 1-800 number in the 80s called Dial an Insult. It's very, very stupid.
Something in the 80s, like a show?
Maybe, no, it was a 1-800 number like in the 80s or 90s called
Oh,
Dial an Insult, and you would call and pay money for someone to insult you.
There are
okay.
lizards that live in the sea. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath.
Or add the maybe the like the record effect.
Lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use them.
It has a lot of interesting effects, but it's like they all seem much.
Excessive?
But you can always like turn this like halfway, so it's mixing it.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort...
Honk it up. I kind of liked the piano one. Like
What piano one?
dark bar piano.
How you doing? Pineapples are delicious. Welcome back.
Hey, pineapples. I have pineapples, but I'm really not hungry right now. I want to save them for later.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and
I don't see the piano one, Jimmy.
Go up. Dark bar piano. Go up. more. There it is.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between.
It sounds like kind of lo-fi, but not like
They
excessive.
want to move about on.
Just an idea. You can always like choose something else.
The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail.
You should stretch out the sample just a bit so he's speaking a little slower. Good idea.
You try that. It's already to here, but we can. I'll go to like to auto, then we can make it a little bit slower.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most.
Or add that like record effect. So what's that plugin called?
I'm looking for it.
Listening anymore.
Vinyl, isotope vinyl. FX distortion, yeah.
And what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes in the mouth and the nose.
Toxic biohazard.
It's got a...
Wait, how do you think that sounds with all the effects on it?
Let's listen to the whole song.
I'm gonna put this way over on like 20.
Yeah.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared.
I have an idea. Can I try something? I want to do a thing.
Don't overuse the sample. Try and find parts that speak to you or could resonate with the instrumental in some emotional capacity. Well, I mean, it's kind of just to be funny anyway. Like, so this was an AI generated thing. He said, because
he paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom.
But I see what you mean. It does,
Not so
if
big,
it's just continuous talking,
small enough. The children
it does kind of get too much, but
quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes in the mouth and the nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a tail? Asked to go. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? Asked to go. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a leg? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a tail? Asked to go. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. And so went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. But there had never really been an answer anyway, except perhaps one which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words I am. You are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question.
I actually like it.
It is
If someone told them such
very
phrases
weird,
would
but
make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid
There
And
are
then-
liquid lizards that live in the sea.
The genre could be James Joyce step.
he doesn't have the repetition that this has. I mean,
No, this
for-
is
Yeah.
for
definitely
most
this is
of it-
not James Joyce step, Jimmy.
This
Come
is
on.
Well, no,
that's
he was
what
reading
Major
a comment that
Pecan
Major
said.
Pecan said.
Yeah,
Oh well, no, God, Major, God, man, James
this is Liquid Lizard
James
step.
Joyce step.
This is Lizard step.
But it would be hilarious to make James Joyce step. That is a good idea.
Have, like,
Nothing could
Just
go.
do all this
nonsense.
long nonsense of 100-letter words.
Nothing can go wrong if you make James Joyce step.
And oh, you know what you could do is you
the ability
like
to repeat words I am.
Yeah, I wanna
what,
adjust this piece right here.
well, what you could do is make the James Joyce step the anti-Jimmy song.
James Joyce step.
I am.
I did it in the wrong place.
James Joyce step is a hilarious idea for a song.
Repeat words I am.
Yeah, it cuts it too
Words.
close. It goes
Word.
words I am. You have to like
I am. I am. I am.
okay, so I need to be like here.
I am.
Oops.
Repeat words I am. You are. If someone told them such phrase.
Does sound like it cuts off though.
Yeah, well it does.
Repeat words I am.
Words. It sounds like words. A little bit like maybe like
Words.
What is it supposed to be saying?
words.
You're supposed to be saying words.
Words. You're doing the stretch rather than the Z.
I know. I was trying to
Yeah.
find out the same place.
Words. Repeat words I am.
I could do fade a bit.
Repeat words I am.
I think
Hold
it
on,
sounds a little
can I-
better.
Ability to repeat words I am. You are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond.
I just didn't want it to be like, repeat words I am. I wanted to put a little bit of a gap, and I think with everything else, with all the stuff, you're not going to be able to.
Who possess no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question.
It's very nonsensical, but I wanted to make like another pattern. I was going to.
You could vocode the sample halfway through the song, have it follow the chords.
Asked a boy.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
That's got a body and legs, said the man.
That would be interesting. Jimmy should be able to make a part though too. You want to make a part.
Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. And so went all through. And so went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. But there had never really been an answer anyway, except, perhaps, one which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. But there had never really been an answer anyway, except, perhaps, one which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything.
That would be pretty cool if they did that, Major Pecan.
Possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are, in which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it in what each word meant. They didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing nothing. They also possess no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things that stood nothing. They also possess no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid and nothing. They also possess no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto server over anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are anything else, except the ability to repeat words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they hold everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words. I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They to repeat words. I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live over anything else, except the ability to repeat words. I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. Words, I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question.
I've got an idea. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I have an idea. I wanted to do something. Please let me do the thing. That's exactly what I was going to do.
Told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw
I want to try something.
but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started
I
talking.
want to see what it sounds like.
The attention they didn't pay now seemed. What's that? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. And so went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. But they had never really been an answer anyway, except perhaps one which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words. I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question. There are liquid.
I don't know. I just wanted to see what it sounded like.
I think maybe like a jazzy horn section should pop up, maybe with some extra bass.
Oh, and also the choir section is,
Oh, yeah, and a choir section.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and also this ending.
Pineapple Serenalicious has redeemed track feedback.
Pineapples ere delicios. That's the correct pronunciation. Pineapples ere delicios.
Is this a new SoundCloud account?
It's promised to be by a sorted period.
It is. Okay. Oh, Jimmy's missing again.
I like it.
I like how the ending kind of loops back to the beginning, so you could just put it on an endless loop.
It could go on forever if you want it to.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the vibe. It has like kind of a interesting, like kind of like happy sort of sound, but like fun and dancey, cool. And I've disappeared again.
Well, every time the smoke happens, you go away. But I don't know why when we come into the scene, you're disappeared sometimes. That's weird to me. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm watching my own dance.
I do know a glitch can happen if someone redeems like do a barrel roll on Jimmy, and as he's upside down, I switch to a different scene.
Oh, it's all out of stock. I need to close the thing and open it again.
Alright, so he's upside down, so if I go back here, it'll flip him over. And now it'll do a thing. Yeah, see, so in this scene now, he's normal, but if I go back to the feedback, he'll be stuck upside down.
I'm gonna fall.
The big Jimmy, he'll like spin. So that was kind of weird.
Okay, I went on a little long with that.
Let's see. I do want to possibly take this. Yeah, you can just clone it. And then go into...
Also, have you saved it yet?
Save it again.
Okay, good. Oh, do a reversed one at the same time.
Kind of weird, but...
That will be weird.
Nustak by the wheel out in the wheel of what's down there. Hashem no you still with gambus is here, that's the boss no must be. How my ass though, he bears the little bit biscuit, slang if you never.
If I put it back on 20, it should have... There it is. Put it on 21, not reversed. Then I can do a vocoder. Was there... Because vocodex I know does a lot. I just want to like a... What about just fruity vocoder? But I think that's only... You can't do like inputs. You can only do left and right. You have to like... hand something to the left.
There are liquids
Random grandma.
in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They
Grandma is watching.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, if you
Vocodex
noticed.
works a lot better. Yeah, I know you can set like... You can have it go on itself.
There are liquid
Wait, did it
lizards that
do
live in the
grandma?
sea, and they have a sort of webbing between
I
their
redeemed
fingers.
the grandma, but I
They
don't
grab
see it
onto
on my
things with those
phone yet.
webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience.
Grandma didn't work. Oh no. I did the grandma and it didn't do anything.
You got scammed out of 500 points, I guess.
It got glitched.
Not the one. Where's the one? Did it somehow?
Glitched out. It's just displaced like me.
Oh yeah, somehow it must have got closed. That's weird. Oh no, it's here. Yeah, this should have
Alright.
done it. Oh, it's still trying to connect.
I'm glitching. It's pixelated and
Okay.
weirdness. You wrote a song today, Stupid Holics. You're like
Stupid Holics.
like-
How you doing?
it's like alcoholics, but with stupid hall.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of alcohol, it's stupid hall.
Try Grandma again. Waste another 500 points.
Okay.
You have plenty.
Oh man, it's out of stock. I have to
Oh, yeah.
open Twitch again.
Well, I
Like
think it's
stupid
just.
hall on a cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, it's out of stock. It's cooling down, man. Grandma has to cool down. She got all hot and bothered from the stream. At least I can do Jimception.
And was small enough. The children were
Where does he actually start talking about the?
merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked.
Okay, right here. This is kind of where it cuts.
What's a web?
Discord link doesn't work. Is the you talking about the one below us or the one that just showed up in the chat?
I'm still doing the thing, the Jimception thing, even though it's done.
The link should work.
Is PLM still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I was just wondering. You haven't said anything in a while.
What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long testicle, got a body. What? It's a thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. And so went all through these questions and...
Okay, there's where the end of it is. And a lot of this is just repeating, so I'm wondering if we can like something with this to like maybe make it match the pitch, like load this section into pitch corrector type thing, or just have it vocoded but like only do like certain sections because a lot of it's just repeating text, you know?
What's a web?
Like he's asking what's a web?
What's a lizard?
The lizard.
It's got a long tail. It's got scales on its body. Wait, it's a sort of thing that's got a divide. What's a head? What's a body? Asked a girl. What's a leg? Asked a boy.
What's a body? What's a leg? What's a lizard? What's a web? What's a body? What's a leg? What's a lizard? What's a web?
Yes, you're correct, Major Pecan. I need to figure out which one we want to use. Probably this one. Not just sidechain, but you can like route it also to that track. Then on the vocodecs. Carrier would be contact, and the modulator is just itself. Not really hearing much of this.
Said the man. It's got a long to go. It's the sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a body and legs. What's a leg? Asked a boy.
I don't get what's happening or why.
It's got a long.
Maybe this instrument's not the right one to use. Or maybe... Do you have everything playing all at the same time? Like,
No, just these
you
two.
have a lot of stuff muted.
I know, because I'm only dealing with these two. Wait. Those ones. Not these. These ones.
And it won't play the voice when there's silence in the carrier.
Right. There we go.
It's got a long head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's the sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's...
That's working a little bit better.
It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's the sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs.
And then the
Okay.
instrument's no longer playing at that point, so it doesn't hear the voice.
Right. But I think what we could do... Let's reading chat real quick. Let me make... Hold on. For stupid holics, I'll make a new Discord link. Should be good, but... server settings, I think. And then invites. There it is. Yeah, it says it has infinite uses. Let me go back to it real quick. Hold on. I'll get it. Server settings, invites. Yeah, it should be this. That same, right? That's our Discord, right? Yeah, FUJNBJD. Should work. I'm not sure why it's not letting you. One tutorial said to play them both at the same time so you can hear it.
They fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. They fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort.
Well, you're not having them play at the same
They
time.
fall off.
Oh.
What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail in it. What's a web? Asked.
Let's hear it in the song with everything playing. See how it sounds. Because, like,
Well, I'm not done yet.
well, I want to hear what it will sound like when you are done.
But it's not going to be because I'm not done yet.
Okay. I just want to hear a preview.
I don't need that one because it's.
That could be how you make a song, just like change the chorus note and just like go make that an automation.
Just automate this.
Yeah. Did you know, like, you remember the game Faxanadu? It's actually Faxanadu. And, like, I always pronounce it Faxanadu.
Faux Anadu is actually might be how it's pronounced because it's supposed to be like fake Anadu because Anadu was another game.
Oh,
It's insane.
but Faxanadu is like, I thought it was Faxandu for the longest time. I just pronounced
Well, that's how I
Fax-
said it too. I think
Yeah.
this was basically because I was lazy and it sounds better.
But it's Faxanadu.
It's not right, is it?
What's not right? What are you trying to do? Probably just.
Oh, it is.
It just doesn't sound as good with all those extra notes. Oh yeah, the game with dwarves that look nothing like dwarves.
Alright, this isn't really going to be able to be heard anyway.
The currency is gold, so yeah. And then everybody blinks excessively when they're talking. But yeah, that dissonant kind of Nintendo sound reminded me of Faxanadu.
What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head?
That's kind of what it's sounding like now.
Sort of flop around on the ground and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto
I
things.
feel like the timing should be different.
It's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a
Like
girl.
right in the transition, like from 16 to 17. Like so that it's like the timing is better. Like so it goes so it prepares you and like maybe does a drum fill.
They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of.
Then does the
What's a web?
because that seems to come in randomly.
Sticky stuff that they use to grab on.
It's not random. It's where they start asking all the
Yeah,
questions.
but it shouldn't be. It should be like I know it's gonna sound weird, but like I just want the timing to be good.
Stretch it so that it's like it's good.
Okay, there.
And then the end won't be exactly the right time, but
Oh, let's listen to the song.
How to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl.
I know after all this work, I'm not sure if I like it.
Head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes in the mouth and the nose, said the man.
Well, yeah, maybe you should be quieter.
I just think this part.
Yeah,
The thing that's got eyes in the mouth and the nose, said the man.
the eyes in the mouth and the nose.
I mean, it's you could just like.
No, you know what you could do is have the normal talking voice and then just have that one part.
Nose, said the man.
Have that one part be there.
Legs. What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a tail? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head.
Oh, you got to keep this going.
It's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body.
How you doing, Stink City?
I
Welcome in.
think it's a bit much, honestly. It like kind of distracts from the song, you know. I do like that one part where it goes the head and the body and then the legs.
Legs.
Oh, wait,
It's,
where
I
is
think
it?
it's the
Right
one
here?
previous.
Got eyes in the mouth and the nose, said the man.
And then
What's
maybe
up
just have
tonight?
that one part be vocoded. Hello, Stink City. We are making weirdness.
So we had a song title suggestion from the chat from a long time ago, and it was called Liquid Lizard. And so we started making it, and we didn't have the vocoder or the vocals. It was just kind of this slow melodic thing. And then we decided to bring up an AI. This AI. And we gave it the text. There are liquid lizards that live, and that was it. Oh, that live in. And then it generated all the rest of this. And it was just so funny because it just started saying, "What's a web?" asked the boy. It's a sort of, well, not this part. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs. And then it said, "What's a head?" "It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose," said the man. "It's got a long tail and it's got a head and a body and legs." And it just kept repeating this over and over again. And so we're like, put it in. And then we vocoded it, and that's where the part right now is it too much? Jimmy thinks it's too much.
I feel like the
I like
vocode.
it.
Jimmy hates it.
Well,
this
I
is
think
also
I
the
think it
anti-Jimmy
needs-
song. If Jimmy doesn't like it, it stays.
No, this isn't the anti-Jimmy song. Maybe a future song could be the anti-Jimmy song.
To things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for
Making this the anti-Jimmy song would really piss Jimmy off, so it'd be very anti-Jimmy to do it.
It'd be meta anti-Jimmy.
Mega anti.
I couldn't really understand.
Meta.
If
Honestly,
Meta.
I just think
it's
that
just these, you might be able to hear it a little bit better.
What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body and it's...
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Or we could do this and it as the original voice.
No, it's going to be fat. Remember you sped it up a little bit?
Yeah.
Just go back to the no. Make it smaller. And maybe you could just take this. Wait. Oh, and just go backwards with it. No, whatever.
No, because these
do
these
what
are
you're
linked.
doing.
Watch, if I stretch this, it's going to adjust these because it's the same file.
Okay.
See? Oh no, what have I done? You said the word less. Every time somebody says more, the count goes up. Every time somebody says less, the count goes down. Yeah, I just have to figure out the timing because this is going to be...
These questions until none remain unanswered, but they have never really given an answer anyway, except perhaps one which no child could ever answer. And so went all through these questions until none remained unanswered, but they had never really given an answer anyway, except perhaps one which no child could ever answer.
So that's where that goes. So it needs to be stretched a little bit. Do we stretch it or leave it how
I
it
kind of
is?
like the pause, and maybe we should have like little pauses in the voice, so it's not just droning
It's not
on
constant,
throughout
yeah.
the
We
entire
could,
song. Yeah,
I mean, we're still like...
and, like have little parts that like maybe have like parts like that, like do the instruments like when it goes do 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 or something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers.
How far should it go? Like, should it go until the questions start?
But they're not very bright.
Do we need that
But
piece?
they're not very bright. Sound and they it's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky.
There's where.
They just sort of flop
It's
around
like
on the
glue, only it's sticky.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like glue, only it's sticky.
It's like glue.
as
only
opposed to like slippery glue.
That's what I said when I first I was like, wait, and regular glue isn't sticky?
and then they fall.
Yeah.
What's a web?
Okay, so here's where he starts with the what's a web? Like, this is where the questions start.
What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky.
Which is ridiculous, because glue, I mean, the whole point of glue is to be sticky. But yeah, so this is like, so this section is like introduction, right?
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use
Proto-verb.
to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and
Gamble.
then they fall off.
I gambled
we have,
100,000. I won 100,000. Hell
Leave
yeah!
those there, but we do have an effects chain on it that makes it sound.
I'm number 5. I went up a rank.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land.
Or convolver.
That's kind of the effects that we have
You know
on
what
it
we
right
could
now.
do
There are
is some parts of it could have like glitchiness on the voice. Like maybe do like a little bit of like gross beat
Stutter
or
edit.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. Sort of webbing between their fingers.
that's too much.
There are
Can I make? So before I go, can I make a little extra musical part for this song?
Yeah. I'm gonna delete
No, you don't
that.
need the stutter edit.
Anyway, I have Trash 2 with the dark bar piano, and then some EQ, R2 reverb with neutral liquid because liquid lizard,
Liquid.
and then I've got a vinyl to just kind of add some noise and stuff to it, and it comes
There
out.
are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers.
Anyway, PLM wants to add a thing, so go ahead. I think you told us about Proto-verb before. I haven't checked it out yet.
Can I have control of the?
You
yeah.
do
I'm not touching it at all.
have control.
Can you click on it or anything or move it?
No,
Oh,
is it-
there.
no, I'm moving it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Maybe you need to reconnect.
Well, let me just check and see if you're... Oh, why did... Okay, there you go. Sorry. I didn't even realize this whole time you've not had control, and I thought you did.
Are you adding another Oh, wait, you're adding another part.
I'm adding another part, but you can change it around. I'm just doing this so that I'll know what it all sounds like together.
Yeah, you're not annoying us. I always like if people are very like I really, really, really like this plugin. There's got to be a reason why. So we're gonna I'll look into that. If you submit a use a plugin /sample and then put the link in there, we'll get it. It's just an easy way for me to remember as well.
Oh, choir.
Yeah,
Who keeps hitting start?
yeah, I'm gonna add a choir.
Only there's a choir section for the type.
They have choirs in Flex.
I don't know. Oh, choir. There it goes.
Yeah, it sounds like this. When you scroll down the Protoverb page, there are a few audio examples. They show dry then wet. Okay, cool. Kickstart Crispy Clear, they from FL Sound Bank. I think so. Aren't those an FL? See something cool, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna show me a shortcut of how to. You're probably gonna show me a shortcut of how to do something faster.
See this little arrow? Click the little arrow, and then.
Oh yeah, I know the equivalent of that on the old FL Studio. Yeah.
Did you have that on the old one?
The equivalent of it is different, a little bit different way of doing it, but yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because then it just takes whatever pattern it is and just loops it, so you can just drag it as far instead of.
It would, yeah.
Anyway.
Might want to change the choir thing. I feel like some of the parts don't really harmonize very well.
You can do whatever you want once I'm done.
Kind of a cool sound. Somebody's watching a movie in the background. You're screaming. I don't mind. CUMT.
Yeah, it's my wife's watching something.
What are you like pressing? You keep doing the. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're adding kind of a synthwave kind of vibe thingy. You like the synthwave sounds, which I like too.
Place. Oh, okay, it's a VU meter. FL uses peak meters. It's a different way of balancing. Yeah, it's kind of like a little analog meter that bounces instead of... I know it's showing slightly different things, but I'm not 100% sure on like what the actual difference is between VU and peak.
That live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want.
D might need to be changed.
There are liquid lizards that
I agree.
And they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for...
D, not D. I think.
they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web?
I think the G4 is kind of at a weird spot, like up the side if you zoom in.
That moment when you remember there's actually ice cream in the freezer right now. That's a good moment. I think there's actually ice cream in my freezer too.
Yeah, I just got ice cream today. I'm like not hungry right now, so I'm not going to eat it yet. I want to save it for later.
Welcome to Stink City.
That live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention they did pay now seemed merely out of habit or boredom, rather than any real interest. But they're not very bright, he continued. They don't know how to use their webs to grab onto things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked the boy.
What? Of course, I'm joking. I know it's wrong.
Wait, what do you mean? It sounds perfect. Dissonance.
Oh yeah, dissonance.
Well, man,
A loud instrument.
that instrument really makes the dissonance obvious.
Mm-hmm. He like a little bit like to humanize it, like he realizes, oh, that's the wrong note, and then he plays the right note. Or just exactly perfect.
I've got to change the instruments.
Or maybe it's just not high enough. You're trying to do the anti-Jimmy instrument. Now you need to up the. No. What you need to do, Kenny. Can I have control right now?
Well, okay. I
have an idea. Just go to the pitch and move it up just a little bit. No, not all the way up. Just a little bit off. Right there.
This is so awful. Can I please change the instrument to something reasonable?
Yes. It keeps doing the.
I don't know. You keep pushing the start button, Kenny. Noise core.
Liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do
sounds
like
fire pretzels.
noise core slams glass at crowd's feet.
What? Harmless is just like Harmer, but not as much. Maybe this song could use more choir like Dalai Lama.
I see he's doing the Kenny arpeggio.
I just added Dalai Lama to a track I'm working on recently the other day. It was a perfect intro.
What'd you do? Why do you keep hitting
I accidentally added the brass to the drums. I didn't want to.
Hold on. There,
Good.
no, you didn't. You just
He
dragged it into the...
He had the pattern selected and he clicked it at the same point and it like put it into the drums.
I said to do double time. Just
I'll be
click
right
on
back.
the drums and move it over. Okay.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing.
I feel like the should like lower and like go lower, like according to like the changes in the chords and stuff. Like for example, like
There are liquid lizards.
pattern 21, it goes from
Webbing between
one thing to the next thing, so it goes.
I agree.
those webs when they want to move about.
I agree, but I need to go to bed.
Breath is
And,
Alright.
blankly.
I just wanted to give an outline of kind of what I was thinking with the song. But I gotta
Okay.
go.
All right, I will see you next time. I think I will. Why does it that keep happening? I don't know why that keeps happening. All right. I'll look at pattern 21.
Okay, bye.
All right, see you next time. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, PLM. And Mike
I'm
is
back.
also. Oh, he's back. Nope. Did not mean to do that. There.
Oh, did PLM have to go?
Yeah, he had to go.
Bye, PLM.
Then take this. I'm just experimenting with Kenny's pattern thing.
I see a problem with it.
Oh, yeah.
Where does it start? Right here. Right here. There. I would enjoy collaborating with you guys sometime. No pressure, though. I'm sure you get a lot of requests. We actually don't get that many, but yeah. Be in
It's
contact.
going wrong.
Be in contact on Discord, and we'll try and find out a time, because I think that'd be cool. I like to have different people collaborating and just to get different sounds on the album.
I did something wrong.
Trying to join our Discord earlier tonight, and they were saying the link was bad, so let me know.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. That live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children weren't listening anymore. It had been quite some time since he'd started talking like this, and what little attention.
It searches for the word lurk in anything, and it replies.
That live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers.
Jimmy's upside down.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath.
Probably gonna still work on this song next stream, HPCon.
Okay.
It is getting close to time to end.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers.
Oh yeah, I wanted to change the choir. Why'd you take that one out? Did you take that one out? Or was that accidental? What was that? Oh, the carrier thing.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto
I guess that's not needed then.
I'm back.
You're back. You were gone?
Well, I was talking to you, but you didn't seem to even realize
Well, I
that
didn't hear you.
But you were asking me questions.
Okay.
We get Nicolas Cage to record a shrivel alert lol.
I don't know if it'll be Nicolas Cage. He's a lot more than $35. But thank you for the 76 bits, Major Pagan.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage. He might want an island for a voice thing.
Even if he's on it, but if he is, I'm sure it's like $1,000 or more.
No, he does it for like $1. It's like I'm going to be charitable, and he does it like I would request him if he did it for $1. I'd request him to do his most crazy voice, like travel scan. Yeah, he charges castles and islands. And apparently he bought a dinosaur bones as well.
Hmm.
Anyway, that was like Kenny's idea to add all this stuff. Like he did have like that saxophone, like not saxophone, but that like brass kind of sound in there. But it just seems that there's a lot of stuff that doesn't really harmonize, but we could change that around next stream.
There are liquid
What are you
lizards
doing?
that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land. He paused for breath as his audience stared at him blankly. The ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands.
This is like intro.
Are you like separating the audio or? Because I'm not sure about the vocoder thing, the section. You know, it's like a little over the top.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of webbing.
That's just that.
John St. John to record and start in Duke Nukem's voice.
What's
And
a
have him do the
asked the
bunky
boy.
cat.
It's a sort of sticky stuff that they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard?
Okay, so we have.
John, that's his actual name, John St. John, or John S. Oh, look it up. John St. John. I keep thinking John.
What's a lizard? What's a lizard? What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
That's a crazy answer for what is lizard.
It's hilarious as a Duke Nukem prank call.
What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a body? What's a head?
There are liquid lizards. That's not what I wanted to do.
What's a head? What's a body? What's a body? What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a leg? What's a body? What's a body? What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a leg?
What is a leg?
What's a tail?
Yeah, tail.
What's a tail? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head?
It does what is head again?
What's a tail?
Curious to see all these at the exact same time. This one is a little bit different because he talks about the scales, but all the rest of these are pretty much the same.
What's a tail? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, got a long man and a head and it's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs, and it's got a long tail.
I'll try and get them more synced up.
He puts on the shades and becomes Duke Nukem, just like Jimmy becoming Slick.
Been there to answer your. The name's Nuke. Yeah, I'm calling you, motherfucker. Too bad you didn't answer the phone. because I had something great to give you. That's right. Want a brand new car. That's right.
What's a lizard? Asked to go. It's a sort of animal, said the man. What's a long tail and a head and a body and legs? It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
Shows you like how similar they are.
What's a head? Asked the boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
I'm Slick.
That's got a head and a body and legs.
Slick needs a cool voice to go along with this badass persona.
It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
Sounds kind of crazy.
I need a Duke Nukem type of voice.
It's a
like
sort
maybe
of
me,
legs,
trying really hard to be cool.
Legs.
I need to be like, get a deep voice. I'm slick. I'm so cool.
It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs.
It's so uncool.
It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
This is Slick. I'm coming up with my voice.
That's got a head and a body and legs, said the man.
I've got
crazy how, like,
act all badass and cool.
What this one says.
It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose.
It's a
Eyes
sort
and
of
a mouth
thing.
and a nose. And this one says.
It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs.
Head and a body and legs. And this one says.
It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose.
But they're perfectly timed for everything else.
It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man.
It's just weird to listen to.
Asked a boy. Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
Funny how similar these answers are.
What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
I'm Slick, and I'm badass.
Okay.
That's the cool Slick. Alright, motherfucker.
After that, he does.
What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs.
Wait, that's different.
It's got a head and a body and legs. It's a liquid lizard. It's got a head and a body and legs. It's got eyes and a mouth and a nose. It's the kind of thing that has a long tail in it.
It's so nice.
What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
Is that the same as the other one?
What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got eyes and a mouth and a nose, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
That's different.
What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
That's more like all the other ones. The other one said eyes and a mouth and a nose. This one says something different.
What's a head? Asked a
body and legs.
The other one also says, what is a head? This one just says, what?
What's a head? Asked a boy.
Never mind. It does say what.
What's a body? What's a leg to go? What's a tail? It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body. It's got a long tail. It's got a head. It's got a long tail. It's got a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
This is just turning into a weird thing.
This whole stream is weird. Not as weird as that other stream, but this whole song is weird. I think our album should be like a themed of abstraction. Like
What's about-
abstract. Shrivel skin abstract.
What's a body? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
I think that's the same.
What's a body?
I'm badass and I'm slick.
What's a body? What's
Asked
a
to
body?
go.
Asked
It's a
to
sort
go.
of thing that's got a head and body and legs.
Said the man. It's got a long tail.
Steal your
It's got a
food.
head and a body and legs.
Pay your dues.
Body is the same.
What's a leg?
If you think you can step to me, you're mistaken. I'm like Liam Neeson with a head and a body and legs.
What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head.
I'm thoroughly entertained by Jimmy right now.
What's a tail? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and legs, said the man.
I should have like multiple characters.
And legs. What's a head?
I should get like giant nerd glasses and be like,
said the man. It's got
even nerdier Jimmy.
And a body and legs. And so when
Here's the end. After they ask the questions several times, what is a lizard? What is a head? What is a body? What is a leg? What is a tail? What is a head? What is a body? What is a leg? What is a tail?
And so went all through these questions until none remained unanswered. But there had never really been an answer anyway, except, perhaps, one which no child could ever ask. For even though children knew perfectly well what each word meant, they didn't understand why everything came together into something called everything. Because they understood nothing, they also possessed no power whatsoever over anything else, except the ability to repeat words I am, you are. If someone told them such phrases would make them rich beyond measure, they might still believe it entirely without question.
Makes perfect sense.
And that's the outro. Right.
If you think you can step to me, you're mistaken. Worship slick like I'm your god. All the ladies want my bod. I'm perfect. You're flawed. With a head and a body and legs.
How it gives you a percentage, like when you say. Correlates to track number 20.
Kick your ass. What? Badass mofo. The slickster. Y'all ain't got nothing on the slickster, mofo.
What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and
What?
legs. It's got scales on
What?
its body, and it's got a long
What?
tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a lizard? Asked a girl.
See,
It's a
nobody can defend against that attack.
long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's
Nobody expects it.
and it's got a long tail. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs.
See? Gotcha again.
What's a lizard? Asked a girl.
What you gonna do about it, huh?
Said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body, and it's got a long...
Nobody expects the slick attack. You know, I got a secret fighting technique called Jimmy Karate. You know, it's just so badass. No other martial art can touch it. It's not even legal. Not even fucking legal in the MMA. Because it's so badass and so unstoppable. It's like
So what's a lizard? Asked him.
nobody.
It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got scales on its body.
Crab
and it's
Suit
got a
Lando
long-
has
Nobody.
track
It's got a
feedback.
Nobody can touch the Jimmy Karate. Let's show some moves. That was an awesome track. It complemented my badass moves. The slick gangsta Jimmy Karate. Bam!
They're on liquid,
Windmill punch. Try to get close to me now, huh?
and they have a sort of webbing between their fingers. They grab onto things with those webs when they want to move about on land.
What?
Ref as his audience stared at
You
him.
gonna do about that?
Ones I saw were bigger than most people's hands, but not so big you couldn't lift them up if your hand was small enough. The children were listening in.
It's unstoppable. Like, yeah, just try to defeat somebody who is going against you with Jimmy Karate. It's just you can't touch it. You know what I mean? Just too badass. Oh no, what happened? Did it freeze?
Oh, there
Okay,
it goes. It
never
just
mind.
took a second.
I almost had a heart attack. Jimmy Mon. To answer your question, I didn't submit anything. Yeah, that's right. You submit
Oh,
to
okay.
Jimmy Karate. My moves. You're like,
Bundy cat.
no.
It's a wild cat, and in the wild, it's quite dangerous. The Bundy cat is only 2 inches tall, and it runs wild in packs and can take down creatures as large as elephants. I mean, the Bundy cat is so dangerous, I think it's going to take over the human race. Beware the Bundy cat.
The Bungie
Thank
cat
you.
attacked Rodney_Bombfim.
Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you,
Thank you
Rodney
for the
Bombfin.
follow. I bet you my Jimmy Karate scared him into following. He was like, oh, I better not mess with these guys. They know unstoppable moves banned by the MMA.
I'm trying to see how it sounds if these are like. So these are kind of now timed to the
Mhm.
beginning of each thing. This one is longer, so it's like kind of weird, but
Things. They just sort of flop around on the ground, and then they fall off. What's a web? Asked a boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked a girl. It's a sort of animal. Said the man.
Brazil, that's cool.
Old tail and a head and a body and legs. It's got
Oh yeah, so you probably know about some MMA moves like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but it can't touch the Jimmy Karate.
What's a head? It's a sort of thing that's got a
Yeah, how do you stop the windmill punch?
It's got
It's
a
unstoppable.
It's got a head and a body and legs.
Bam.
It's a body.
Got you.
It's a sort of thing that's got a head.
Take you by surprise. Sneak attack.
It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a leg? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body.
I'm kidding, by the way. Jim Fu.
Long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a tail? Asked a girl. It's a sort of thing that's got a head and a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. What's a head? Asked a boy. It's a sort of thing that's got a body and legs, said the man. It's got a long tail, and it's got a head and a body and legs. So we talk through these questions until one remains unanswered. But then,
Yes, we can. If you do the channel point rewards, there's one called Track Feedback. Submit your link in there. We'll take a listen.
head and a body and legs.
I think we can probably like spread these out more, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't have to apologize for asking. Part of our stream is track feedback, so a lot of people ask. Although you probably felt the need to apologize because you don't want to fall victim to Jim Fu. Okay, I think I'll stop. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
Yes. I don't know how far apart these should be. Should I spread them out? It's gonna be too much. But this is just a sample or a test anyway.
Yeah. Brazilian music. All right, let's listen to the Brazilian music as soon as you're done.
I'm trying to find a good timing. I think this will be okay.
We can just base it upon like how it feels, like just Maestro Sensei, how are you doing today? That rhymed. And by the way, you're a sensei. We'll defend against this. I got you.
We are doing a feedback.
Yeah, I just beat you up. Because that was Jimmy Karate. I just got you when you least expected it. Jim Fu.
Whatsoever asked boy is
I'll have to watch a few videos
Bam!
on it.
Got
Thanks
you
for the
again.
help. Oh, I don't mind. It's 5. I'm gonna get to sleep. Yeah. Like
Thank you for stopping by NXTTK.
And then
My track.
Learn single compression, and then once you learn that, then you can
My
go
track
into like this. This is multi-band compression. So now you're compressing different amounts on the different bands.
Your track will beat the shit out of me? Really? Are you sure? Because nothing can stop the windmill punch.
whatsoever asked boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff we use to grab on
Yeah.
things, said the man.
How are you going to defend against this?
It's sticky.
You could be a good swimmer.
What's lizard?
Yes.
It's a sort of animal.
I fight against sharks all the time. Swimming with my windmill punch.
It's got a long tail.
Dog style swimming. Some people call it like aimless flailing. I call it Jim Fu. Because it's so badass. Defeat that.
Oh yeah, that's what Stink City said. You don't have to use the actual kick drum as your trigger for the compression. You can just use any sound. Just a short click is all you really need, and then you can just set the release of the release of the compression to get whatever effect you're looking for. Anyway, does Maestro Sensei have a track feedback for us? And Ian, how you doing? It has been a while.
I'm looking for a YouTube video of like the best fighting styles ever.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Doing pretty good. We're making a weird one. The whole thing was based on a chat suggestion for a song title, and then we used AI to generate a story, and then a text-to-speech to speak that story. When I send a video, it's just a meme. Sure.
Whatsoever, asked the boy. It's a sort of sticky stuff they use to grab onto things, said the man. It's like glue, only it's sticky. What's a lizard? Asked the girl. It's a sort of animal, said the man. It's got a long tail and a head, body and legs. It's got scales on its body. It's got a long tail. It's got a long tail. It's got a head, body and legs.
I want to do... Hold on, how does 13 and 15? They're not even named yet.
Let's just say there's a lot of things that are unnamed.
I know.
This song is still pretty much a work in progress. Also, pattern 23, the arpeggio, I think needs to be slightly adjusted, perhaps.
We can just put this towards the end. We'll grab like... just to get it kind of into a state that's listenable. Then we'll see what. How long is it actually? 3.5. Not too
3:20.
bad. So what is this ending?
Without question. There are
Sure, that can be
I
an
was
ending for
thinking-
now.
And we can add a liquid lizard thing like at the end, like liquid lizard.
There are liquid lizards that live in the sea.
I like that.
When you color something, you can quick color next thing by hitting R, then F3.
Oh, and can I add? I want to add something. I know this goes against my principles, but a drum fill that leads to quiet. Wait, no, not drums 2. Drums 5.
Without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea.
Oh, can I do something as well?
That live in the sea.
I want to do something real quick.
Ian Redeemed, talk about this AI edition. Hi, Mr. AI, talk about I don't know. Talk about I don't know.
Except the ability to repeat what's there. You will solve such cases of language beyond measure. Their license will leave it entirely without question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea, and they have a sort of living without
Like how AI talks about something, how it works.
question. There are liquid lizards that live in the sea. with lizards that live in the sea, and they... There are...
There we go. You never talk to anyone when we have guests over.
I've noticed something. I've tried everything short of putting a gun in your hand and pulling the trigger. Also, he takes a cigarette from his lighter. So he takes a cigarette out of his lighter? Like, is there like a cigarette compartment in his lighter?
I guess.
That'd be an
a
interesting
fancy,
invention.
A fancy lighter that has a cigarette container within it. This must be the future.
That's convenient.
The long drag on his smoke and blew it out slowly through pursed lips. His eyes glittered darkly in their nest of wrinkles. He seemed older than ever tonight. If only it were so easy for everyone else. Thanos could feel his face burning with anger. What does that mean? Nothing. Hiram snapped irritably. He then turned back to the window, staring out into the street below. Yeah, his eyes glittered darkly in their nest of wrinkles.
And then he blew out through pursed lips like...
In spite of himself, Thanos followed him. For some reason, seeing Hiram like this made him feel more determined than ever not to give up on his father. Maybe there was still something he could do. Something that would make all those nights worth it. He just started down the stairs again when he heard the front door open and close behind him. He spun around angrily and saw Hiram standing there in the doorway, watching him.
Well, Hiram demanded. I'm going home, Santa said sullenly. He was walking quickly toward the car. No, you're not, Hiram said sharply. Not until you tell me why you've been such an idiot lately. Thanos stopped dead in his tracks. What do you expect? That Hiram would suddenly go soft on him because he'd finally found someone who wanted to be with him? Because he didn't want to spend every day alone anymore? It's crazy. Tell me, Hiram repeated. Did he say tell me? Okay. Anyway, Thanos looked away, unable to meet his gaze. You hate my mother. Hiram sighed heavily. I hated her once too, he said softly, but I have learned to live with it. Now I can barely stand being near her. Then let me go home, Hiram shouted, turning back to face him. Let me get away from here. Let me find someone else who loves me besides you. Hiram stared at him for a moment, then he shook his head sadly. No, it's too late for that. Thanos couldn't believe what he was hearing. Too late? Hiram nodded. You're trapped here, he said. Trapped by your own memories. Thanos stood there, stunned, feeling like a fool. Trapped? How could that be? He had always known that he would eventually have come back to the city. Everyone knew that. Even if he thought he could escape, he wouldn't have done anything different. Why should he change his mind now? You don't understand, Hiram said gently. You can't leave until you forgive yourself for what happened. What happened? Thanos asked bitterly. My father died, and that's all you can think about? Hiram shrugged. It wasn't my fault, he said. None of it was. Don't lie to me, Thanos cried furiously. I know better than anybody that none of this is your fault. My father killed himself, and that's the truth. If you hadn't lied to me. I didn't lie to you, Hiram interrupted. I told you exactly what happened, and I told you that I didn't kill him. Then who did? Thanos demanded. Nobody, Hiram said quietly. There was nobody else involved. So you're saying somebody pushed him? Thanos demanded incredulously. No, Hiram said flatly. I'm saying that I didn't push him. I didn't even see him that night. He left the house alone. I don't know where he went. Nobody, but he never came back. Then, Thanos faltered. Then why do you hate him so much? Hiram sighed again. Because he was a coward, he said. And because he lied to me. He told me that he loved me, and then he ran away without telling me why. But he didn't love you, Sanos protested. Then, yes, he did, Hiram said. I was his son. He couldn't help loving me. No, Sanos said stubbornly. He didn't love you. Hiram laughed harshly. Ha ha, maybe not, he admitted. But I'm sure he loved you. No, Sanos insisted. He didn't. Why are you so certain, Hiram asked. Because he hated you, Sanos said. That's why he ran away. He was afraid of you. Hiram frowned. Afraid of me? Of course, Sanos said. You were always mean to him. You yelled at him all the time. When you caught him doing something wrong, you hit him. Hiram started to say something, but then he stopped himself. He just turned away, shaking his head. We had our differences, he said softly. I'm sorry. Sanos felt a surge of anger. Sorry isn't enough, he said angrily. You have to stop treating him like a criminal. You're supposed to be his friend. Hiram sighed. I am his friend. I've always been his friend, but he doesn't deserve any more from me. He deserves better, Sanos insisted.
All right, what's the prompt? I have an idea.
And we do another. I ask, I don't know, he says, and the game is over. We pack up our cards and head home with only a few minutes left on the clock. It's not like I can complain about this one, because it was my first time at a casino. But now that you've had your fun, you're right. Let's go again tomorrow night. How'd you do? The kid asks as I walk away from him toward my car. He seemed to be in awe of what just happened. Maybe his luck finally changed. Well, maybe if he wins big enough tonight, they'll give him a chance at some free drinks or something. But even then, it will probably cost him more than he makes in 2 weeks working at Burger King. The boy had already started walking back to the table when I hear him say, Hi, my name's Tyler. What's yours? You think you're going to make any money playing craps? Why would anyone pay good cash for that shit? Even if someone does win, how much is all that crap worth anyway? That's why most people play blackjack instead. See, there are things I need to learn before I can get really into this stuff. And by getting into this stuff, I mean gambling. Like, what kind of bets can you place and what kind of odds work best? There's also learning about different casinos and their rules. For example, in Las Vegas, no one pays off unless the dealer busts or rolls an ace. In Atlantic City, however, the house always pays off. This is called a push, which means that after every roll, the dealer pushes the dice around so that he or she ends up with the winning number. So if you bet on the numbers from 1 to 12, you better have your lucky rabbit's foot ready. There's also the question of what happens when you lose. Will you keep betting until you break even, or will you stop when you hit rock bottom? Rock bottom is when you're down so far you can't possibly recover.
You can
If you
also,
lose
at
all
any
your money
point, go
and
ahead.
still want to gamble, then you might consider borrowing some more. But usually when you reach rock bottom, it's too late to borrow any more money. Unless you're planning on being a professional gambler at several casinos simultaneously, of course. Then you can conceivably win enough to cover the debt. Of course, if you ever got caught cheating at a casino, you'd end up in jail. At least that's what happened to my friend Tony. Mike is a good gambler. Though, so he doesn't care about that stuff. What's the difference in push and a shove, I ask. Mike gives me a weird look. A push is when the dealer moves the dice around so he or she ends up with the winning number. A shove is when you move the dice by yourself. Oh yeah, how come you never mentioned it? He shrugs. I didn't know it either until last week. It was just something I read online.
Somebody
Suddenly,
shooting.
gunshot, followed by screams and shouts. Everybody stops talking and looks around nervously. The guy next to us gets up and starts to run towards the nearest exit. What's going on? I ask Mike, but he doesn't answer me. Instead, he grabs my arm and pulls me towards the door. We follow everyone else out of the casino and onto the street. On the sidewalk, a man lays bleeding in the middle of the road. People are screaming and running everywhere. Some of them seem to be trying to help the wounded man, while others just stare at him in shock. We land near the hospital and hop out. As we walk through the emergency room doors, I see the doctor and nurse from earlier standing over the wounded man. They're both looking at him intently. I wonder if they're wondering what happened to him. Maybe they're just thinking about how they can save him. Maybe they're wondering what it would take to fix him. I'm guessing the man isn't dead yet. Otherwise, the doctor and nurse wouldn't be staring at him like that. I glanced back toward Mike to tell him, but he's already behind the scenes. Discuss whatever crazy new feature they decide to create. Maybe Will wants to turn our harem fantasy scene into a sci-fi epic or something. All I want to do right now is shoot the boss's evil secretary, but not until later because the super bad killer cat keeps attacking her first. After getting done interviewing Sasha at Mission Control in Atlanta, Doc Kaboom gave Elise the directions back home. Dropped Kara off at Uncle Maddie's ranch outside Phoenix, then drove himself.
Wow, all of a sudden we have like 12 characters.
Yeah, I like Doc Kaboom. I like that name. Add that to
There's Will from Arta Studios. Yeah, so there's Will, Evil Boss, Superbad Killer Cat, Sasha, Doc Kaboom, Lisa, Kara, Maddie.
Doc?
God bean!
Super bad killer cat. Uncle then drove himself through desolate, empty towns as fast as he could go. He arrived at Nikiya Nobu late Saturday evening, exhausted, dehydrated from his crazy galloping adventures, chasing down bad guys to rescue mankind. His search was complete, although in its own crazy way, thanks to these high beams found in the bushes a block away from Dimitri Pomaltis 9. Dungeon Business Office Dominatrix number 1167647. See Russo Brother Cast Range Hood in position covering Tammy, Lisa, Michelle, Tracy Lords here. By that, of course, literally reads Skim. I think Tracy Lords is a porn star. What is it going on about?
I have no idea.
This is a fun little tale that takes place, of literally read that / skimmed and enjoyed the story. Loved the way it had me hooked from beginning and kept me reading till the very end. Very entertaining and engaging, can't wait for more. This is a fun little tale that takes place during an alternate timeline where dinosaurs ruled Earth, and people lived happily side by side with them. When one of those dinos goes missing, however, things start to get dangerous, and the story only gets crazier from there. The writing style is great, easy to read and understand without losing anything in translation. Actually sounds like an interesting story.
Did this turn into like a review of itself?
Yeah.
Somehow?
But it's like, it had nothing to do with dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Dinosaurs were awesome. They look scary and vicious, but once you get past their teeth and claws, they weren't much different from humans. They could talk. They had emotions, and they cared about each other, except for Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex was a bitch. She hated everything. Everyone, not even her boyfriend liked her anymore. That wasn't fair. So much. And he'd been nothing but kind to her all day, but she still wanted to kill him. It was time to teach him a lesson. Time to show him who was boss. But first she needed to find someplace quiet and private, and somewhere no one would hear her scream. So she went hunting. For a few minutes she stalked through the forest searching for her prey. Nothing, not a single animal in sight, just trees and branches and leaves. No deer, no rabbits, nothing. Maybe it was too early for animals to come out, or maybe it was just her. She was the only predator left. the only one left alive, the last dinosaur. Screaming in frustration, she turned around and headed back towards town. There was a small cabin nearby, but it was far too close to civilization, too risky. Besides, she couldn't afford to waste any more time. Besides, there was another option.
Okay, now the end screen is working.
All right.
Thanks Major Pecan and Jonah BK for the resubs. Rodney Bombfim and NXTTK, thank you for the follows. And Major Pecan for the bits. We're gonna go find someone to raid if there's still anybody still going.
And thank you for everyone for just hanging out and sticking by and watching us do our thing. Having some fun and being cool.
Go raid him.
All right.
Oh, Twitch.tv is currently unreachable. That's weird.
Having some weird issues with the internet, seems like.
Yeah, it does seem like it.
Because I don't think it's unavailable.
No, I mean,
time zones.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Have a good day.
Now it's
night.
not loading.
It's 3 a.m. for us.
All right. Yeah, but it's kind of morning. You could say have a good morning.
I mean, it is kind of morning.
Network error. Does he need to reload?
I don't know what's going on. I just want this to load so I can hit the raid button.
What's going on? What's going on?
Alright, it's ready. We'll see everyone in the next one. Thanks for hanging out and see you later.
See you next time, everybody.